Hello, good afternoon, and welcome. Welcome to another edition of Atlas Information Live. A last-minute change in circumstances led to today's topic. So one of the reasons why we didn't get exactly 24 hours notice. But it was a subject which became very topical, and in fact has been topical right up to a few moments ago. A ongoing exchange which just kept going and going and going and going. And literally, we had to shut off all the rest of our communication devices. So if you hear pings and bings and dings and the usual suspects, that may be some messaging coming through that I didn't shut down. But in any case, we've all been there. All of us on the path have had times, have had moments where we were overwrought, overcome, overwhelmed by this deep fire, this deep passion, this deep knowing. And usually, no matter where we are on our path, we have been confronted by people and circumstances where this fierce light inside of us had to step out, show itself, and take charge of the situation, for lack of a better expression. It's not really taking charge of the situation necessarily. It might have been. We have had experiences like that too, and we've shared one such experience with you when our Kung Fu studio, not our Kung Fu studio, but the Kung Fu studio where we belonged, so where we were a student, was suddenly flooded, and we had to leap into action and take charge of the situation and command all the other students what to do and where to go and how to proceed in order to minimize the damage to the Kung Fu studio. Now, that wasn't me. I did not do that. I have no clue what to do in the event of a sudden flash flood. And when I say sudden flash flood, I mean the sewers were backed up and the water was gushing out of the toilets. So this was not just any old flood. It was a flood of the most odorous kind and potentially damaging kind to a Kung Fu studio, where you have a lot of things on the floor a lot of soft, absorbent things which don't react well to sewer water. But something awoke in that moment, and I surrendered to it. And yes, I was barking orders at people. And yes, I was telling them, do this, we have to do this and this and this, take as much up off the floor and put it up onto elevation as possible, as quickly as we can, and so on and so forth. I'd never been in a flood before. In hindsight, in retrospect, one can look and say, well, all of that, was common sense and made sense and was logical and so on and so forth. But in the moment, I wasn't doing any of it. I was allowing myself to be done. And in that particular instance, faced with that crisis circumstance, the other students who likewise didn't know what to do, were happy that somebody was taking charge, that somebody seemed to know what he was doing and could direct them to do something productive and something helpful and something to help preserve and conserve as much as possible of our kung fu studio. Now, at the time, our Sifu was away at the World Championships. Him and his wife were competing at the Worlds, and so there was no one, quote, in authority there. I just happened to be teaching the class. And so I suppose that gave me another little ounce of authority in the eyes of everyone else. But it really was just simply about doing what was best for the studio, doing what was best for Sifu and his wife, because this is their business, this is their livelihood that was being damaged and destroyed in that moment. That was an experience and a circumstance, an example of the fierce light, the practical, immediate action that was not coming from me. It was coming through me, this mere mortal, this vessel, this servant. And I surrendered to it. I allowed. And in the process, well, did we save everything? We couldn't save everything. But the damage was much less than it could have been. And our Sifu was, very grateful when we, he returned from the worlds to discover what had happened, and he was very grateful, and so was his insurance company. In that moment, there was nothing more important than averting the catastrophe at hand and preventing as much damage. There was no risk of loss of life or anything like that. It was not that kind of flood. But there was a risk of loss of livelihood. There was our Sifu and his wife were in their older years, so they had an entire lifetime of memorabilia and accumulated items that they used in their school, and a lot of items that were irreplaceable. It wasn't so much about the things necessarily, but what those things represented and what we as students who were left in charge of the dojo, it was in our hands. It was entrusted to us to take care of it. And so in that moment, our duty, our honor, our commitment was to do everything in our power to fulfill that duty and serve and stay true to that commitment. Nothing else mattered. When the dirty, infested smelly water was encroaching and everybody was stepping away and everybody was terrified, and we began barking orders at people, did we say please after every sentence? No. Did we consider the fact that everybody was terrified and horrified, and how us barking orders at them might startle them or make them even more terrified or horrified? Did that even cross our mind? No, because all of that was utterly irrelevant to the task at hand, to the commitment, to the promise, to the duty, and to what needed to be done in that moment. How people felt, and if people didn't like having orders barked at them in the middle of a crisis, that's their problem. Incidentally, no one, absolutely no one, raised any concern during or afterward. Nobody came up to us and said, you should really try to be more polite, or you should really be careful with your tone of voice when you're barking orders at people like that. People don't like that. People don't respond well to that. No, on the contrary, when all was said and done, we all collectively held a sort of, okay, like we finally, when it was all over and we could all finally take a deep breath, and we realized, okay, and the water level started going down again, and everything. So we had done everything we could do, and we were taking stock of the aftermath. We received nothing but thanks and compliments, and said, boy, we were so lucky you were around. We were so lucky that you were here teaching the class today, because this could have been so much worse. And they all expressed that to Sifu upon his return. Now, are we saying this to pat ourselves on the head and said, oh, no, no, no. What we're saying here is that fierce light of love and truth, when we are connected and when we surrender to the knowing in the moment, and we allow to be done, we are humans, we are human beings done. We are a human being done, as opposed to a human doing. We can trust in that. We can trust that we will be guided to do the right thing. In that particular instance, it was appreciated, and everyone involved, after the fact, recognized the value, that this could have been much worse. But if you've ever been in that situation, or some kind of situation, similar situation, when you are acting from that place, allowing it to move you, your words, your actions, for the sake of others, to avert disaster, specifically to help those who are on the edge of the light, those who are making errors, and you are acting on behalf of their innermost being, on behalf of their divine mother. on behalf of their immortal soul. And not because you know what's best, or not because you think you know what's best, but because something inside of you, deep down, is moving you to tell them, to say to them that which they need to hear, to show them that which they need to see. And they don't see it, and they don't hear it, and they react negatively. They block it, they resist it, and they evade it in every way, shape, and form. And everyone who's been on the path, or they go one step beyond that, because the best defense is a good offense. And they immediately leap to ad hominem, right? They immediately move to shoot the messenger. I don't like your tone. I don't like the way you're saying. You're so arrogant. You think you know everything. You don't know anything. Or any number of evasions and expressions, and turning it around and making it about how we turning it around in a passive aggressive way and making the messenger into the villain, right? Shooting the messenger. This is, unfortunately, just the way it is for anyone on the path of the Bodhisattva, anyone on the path of genuine awakening and self-realization. Our battle is against the forces of darkness, the forces of ego, the Black Lodge. And the only way for people to make progress on the path is for them to face their own egos and fight against them, to observe themselves and know their true selves. But for those who are still very much possessed by and controlled by their egos, the truth burns. The truth burns them like sunlight burns Nosferatu's skin. It was 500 years BC that Plato said, "No man is more hated than he who speaks the truth." Why would Plato make such a statement? Because Plato's mentor was Socrates. And Socrates was poisoned by the people of Athens. He was made to take poison. They killed him because they didn't like what he had to say. And more importantly, they didn't like the way in which he said it. Any of you who are familiar with the Socratic method, the Socratic dialogue, should know that It is a remarkably adept form of intellectual swordplay. And if someone is not well versed in the Socratic method, and they're engaging the father of the Socratic method in some kind of a debate, in some kind of philosophical discussion, well, Socrates could run circles around them in an argument. And we can see that from his writings. We can see that from the recordings, not the transcripts anyway, and the first-hand accounts of Socrates debating using his method. And he wrote his books that way. And this enraged the intellectual elite of Athens and the politicians and the wealthy merchants and anyone and everyone who saw themselves as important or authorities. And along came this eventually penniless philosopher who could just dismantle all of their beliefs and all of their theories and all of their dogmas and opinions and perspectives and worldviews. And for that, they hated him so much that they got rid of him. And that is why Plato said, there is no man more hated than he that speaks the truth. But Socrates wasn't the first. And Socrates wouldn't be the last who suffered and was persecuted for speaking the truth. It comes with the territory. If you wish to be a disciple of the truth, if you wish to be true to yourself as an individuated essence of the Logos, as a spark, a seed of the cosmic Christ, in formation, growing, developing, sprouting, if you seek to become one of the untold many individuals within the brotherhood of trees that makes up the universal forest, if you wish to join that universal fraternity of truth, light, and love, two things are a certainty. One, you must begin by ejecting the moneylenders from your temple. And eject them with extreme prejudice. And two, once you have undertaken, or at the very least, are well on your way, and you've booted a couple of them out, and you're well on your way to booting out the rest of them, the moneylenders and the traders and all the rest of them, the merchants, your egos. As you eject them, as you restore your temple to what it should be, a house of God, a house for the word, a fountain of sweet ambrosia bubbling up from within your earth in microcosm. know that all the people outside the temple will hate you. They will despise you. They will curse you. And given an opportunity, they will seize it to demand your crucifixion. And they will crucify you if they can. At every opportunity. This is the direct path. This is the path of the Bodhisattva. And you have to ask yourself, all these teachings that are floating out in the ether, on the internet, in New Age books, in megachurches, that millions upon millions and millions and millions of people are reading and believing. Are those teachings the truth? Jesus said to the religious authority, I will burn this temple to the ground. I will raze it to the ground, and in 3 days I shall build it anew. That's how a bodhisattva speaks to authority, to the people in power. The scene behind us, the scene is infamous. This is one of the most discussed and written about, contemplated, and agonized over instances in the whole of the life of Christ. Why? Anybody who agonizes over this scene, they agonize over this scene because they're trying to understand it with their ego mind. They're coming at it as an intellectual humanoid, a human-like machine that's ruled and governed by desire, by fear, by lust, by greed, by pride, and by anger. And so naturally, people see this scene and they project onto Jesus how angry he must be. But that's because they don't know the Christ and they don't know themselves. Because they've never experienced being in a circumstance, a crisis situation, where they found themselves barking orders at people with direct intent, power, and assertiveness and intensity, without any fear, without any pride, and without any anger. With the fierce light and intensity of the Logos, of the Christ. What a small-minded, belittling thing it is to believe that strength and power and the ability to motivate and the ability to direct and the ability to move others, to act, only exists in the domain of ego. That's truly someone incapable of seeing the forest for the trees. But Shaolin monks practice their entire lives exercising the physical body and perfecting the martial arts and fighting one another without any animosity, engaging in violent combat, martial combat, with weapons even, in this style or that style, monkey style or mantis style, or if you believe the computer animated movies from Hollywood, panda style. But they do so without anger, without animosity, without pride. Why? Why, if not to practice and learn how to work with prana, chi, which is the Divine Mother Kundalini, which is the Christic force at this level, in an upright, positive, but fierce way, a direct, active way using willpower, directed willpower, telema, but without any anger. In fact, in complete relaxation, emotionally and mentally, having mental clarity. Tai Chi, for instance, is a moving meditation. If you speed Tai Chi up, you get Kung Fu. But that's why in our Kung Fu studio, we practiced slow form. We practiced very specific types of Tai Chi movements called slow form. Why? So we could learn how to remain relaxed and how to remain pliable and fluid. So that when we did our fast forms of Kung Fu, we could apply that same wisdom, that same experiential knowledge. You're just speeding up the tape. But the relaxation and the movement and the flow of energy is still there. But now it is fierce and directed. Because in Kung Fu, it's not much, martial arts isn't much if you are unable to strike, if you're unable to block, if you're unable to kick, if you're unable to sweep, if you're unable to move. But none of that. Why must you be angry? When we had our sparring classes and sparring sessions, were we hitting each other? Yes, of course. People had padded helmets and padded gloves and so on. Of course. We had no intention of hurting each other. But we also had no animosity. There was no... Anyone who has ever taken any reasonable martial arts program knows this. And we're not even talking about channeling the Christ or anything like that. We're just simply working with chi, working with prana, and working with our own willpower and concentration and focus and relaxation. It's self-evident. It's self-evident. And martial arts is so good, well, depending on the studio, because different dojos and different, senseis or sifus, they can, their personality, their mentality can have a profound impact on the nature of the school and how martial arts is taught. And that's what the whole Karate Kid and Cobra Kai series was all about. The different approaches to karate, for example. Um, but it's a fact that parents enroll their children into martial arts all over the world, and parents would not do that if the majority of those martial arts classes were all about getting angry and getting upset and being proud and being egotistical and being narcissistic. And parents wouldn't be signing their children up for martial arts if the kids were actually out of anger beating the crap out of each other. And yet, people agonize over this image. Or this one. Or this one. Or this one. Or this one. They agonize over these images and over this circumstance of Jesus's life. Because, first of all, they only know the superficial story. They don't know the deeper esoteric meaning, which is to eradicate the egos from our temple. The moneylenders, the merchants, the ones who are always making deals up there in our subconscious mind and making deals with us, right? Making deals with the devil. That's what Faust does. The moneylenders are only interested in one thing, and so they're salespeople, our egos are, and they'll make deals with us, right? You make a deal with the devil to get what, quote, you want, and you only have to give up your soul. Meanwhile, what you think you want is actually what your egos want. That's why egos always present themselves as I. I want this, I want that. I don't want this, I don't want that. So if our egos can convince us that that's what we want, well, then we're willing to exchange our consciousness and our energy to get that. Meanwhile, that's all that the ego wants, our consciousness and our energy. And that's why the thing that we get, we very quickly become bored with it. We lose interest in it. We have it, makes us happy for a short time, and then it's a letdown. Now we need something else. Why? Because that thing, that identified attached thing, was just an object that the ego was using to get what it really wanted, to make a deal with us, for us to give up what should be most precious to us, and what the ego covets so desperately. Our capacity for conscious awareness, our capacity for knowing, and our sexual energy, our capacity for action, for doing, for being. That's what the ego covets. To be. And so people see this scene and they think, there's Jesus, angry, and taking out his anger and ejecting the people from the moneylenders in ejecting the moneylenders from the temple in anger. Nobody alive today was there in the temple, at least not in this lifetime. They are only reading about an event that took place some 2,000 years ago. And they come to that conclusion. This is the same conclusion that's on the faces of these money lenders. They're horrified. They're terrified. That's fear, that's horror, that's terror on the faces of those money lenders. How else would you expect the egos to react to the Christ ejecting them from the temple? How else would you expect your egos to react to your attempts to eject them from your temple? We just said a moment ago that what the egos covet is consciousness and energy. To be, to exist. And fear is the primal self-preservation instinct. It is the prime program, the prime algorithm. All beings, all manifested creations, on the level of mechanical nature, they all possess this primal survival instinct at some level, in some way, shape, or form, some capacity. Beings move away from danger and toward comfort and security, towards safety, towards food, towards a mate. Well, that's now bringing lust into the picture, right? That's preservation of the species. But the self-preservation instinct, right? Most animals move away from fire. Most animals can sense an earthquake coming and they'll move to higher ground, or they'll sense a flood coming and they'll move to higher ground. Why do they do that? Because of the self-preservation instinct. And so egos possess that same fundamental instinct, because after all, that instinct comes from egos. They are that instinct. Fear is foundational to all of our egos. All of our egos work for fear and lust. The pimp and whore of Babylon, all the other egos work for them. So we need only observe ourselves and observe how our own egos react as we try to shut them out and eject them from our temple. Now, By that, we do not wish to make a false impression here that we are talking about suppression of emotions or suppression of or repressing our egos, because that doesn't work. Shoving them down into the abyss of our subconscious mind and sweeping them under the carpet is just a recipe for disaster, because they're going to go there and fester, and they're going to haunt us, and they're going to manifest in terrible, undesirable ways. But anyone who has ever attempted to do any meaningful work on themselves, so-called shadow work, any meaningful work observing, meditating on, and comprehending their egos, their fear, their gluttony, their pride, their shame, whatever it may be, their lust, whatever it may be, you know that those egos fight back. Anyone who's ever been on some sort of a diet, or anyone who's ever tried to overcome some kind of an addiction, right? We don't fall off the wagon by accident. We don't have relapses by accident. And what's more, we need to comprehend our egos on all 49 levels of the mind, which means we will be fighting that same ego, that same demon inside of ourselves for a long, long, long time. And it'll keep manifesting itself, showing up in new and different ways, or it'll keep showing up at an even more powerful level than it was when last we dealt with it, because it's like fighting the final boss on a level in a video game, but you beat it, but then you got to go to the next level, and then you play through the same level, but it's the next difficulty level, and the next difficulty level, and the next difficulty level, and the next difficulty level. And each time you have to face that final boss, but each time you face that boss, it's more fierce. It has more hit points. Its attacks are more ferocious, and they do more damage. And its ways are more clever. It has more tricks up its sleeve. It has more ways of attacking, and more different strategies, new approaches, new strategies, novel ones that you have never seen before. This was the case for us, and we can't say it's just over the last few weeks, actually, and it just came to a head in the last 24 hours, which led to us changing our intended topic for today to this one. Now, all this that we've discussed so far, with reference to Jesus in the temple and the moneylenders, has all been just within our own psyche. Just one person. What makes it any different? Whether it's your egos who are reacting and fighting back, for their fighting back against what they see as an existential threat, because the truth and the light and the love of our innermost intimate Christ is an existential threat to our egos. That's what this portrait behind me is showing. And that's what the horror and terror on their faces is revealing. But what makes it any different when we're dealing with other people's egos? why would their egos react any differently? Re- Understanding and remembering that egos are mechanical algorithms. They react in an instinctive manner to existential threats. That means they fight, it's fight or flight. It's actually fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. But let's not get too uh, sophisticated or complicated with all that right now. Let's just stick with the basics. Fight or flight. And understanding that the egos fight back, just as, listen, the moneylenders didn't take this lying down, this little scene from the Bible. They saw to it that Jesus was, quote, punished. Well, actually, not punished, but swept out from underfoot. They got rid of him, like the Athenians got rid of Socrates. And the Jewish authority, the religious authority, had their own reasons. Because after all, Jesus said, I'm going to raise this temple to the ground and rebuild it in 3 days. And so in their eyes, Jesus was a religious fanatic and a zealot and a cultist. And he was trying to do some kind of religious rebellion and religious terrorism. And he was threatening to destroy the temple. So the best defense is a good offense. And the religious authority and the Jewish people had all sorts of reasons and all sorts of accusations against Jesus, which they put forth to Pilate, who said, I don't really see what this guy's done wrong, but in his own mind, he didn't want a Jewish uprising on his hands because that would look bad back in Rome. So he gave in. He gave in to Caiaphas. And that's why Judas, Caiaphas, and Pilate represent the three traitors, the three brains, the inverted brains, the mental, emotional, and motor instinctive sexual center, what we call the 5 bodies of sin. But the 3 brains, how they betrayed Christ. These are the 3 murderers of Hiram Abif in Masonry, in the Masonic tradition. Hiram Abif, who was the architect and the mason, the first mason and the architect of the Temple of Jerusalem. And he was murdered. His 3 murderers represent those same 3 traitors of Jesus. These are the 3 Furies. These are the 3 witches of Macbeth. Very often you find, when it comes to betrayal and villainy, they very often come in threes in various different aspects of mythology and traditions. There's even the 3 hyenas in The Lion King. Because the mind, the heart, and the body, that's where the egos operate, and that's how they betray us, through thoughts, emotions, and sensations. And this is important to remember because nowadays people love to put their feelings on a pedestal and to put their hurt feelings on a pedestal and how hurt they are or how upset they are or how offended they are. People love playing the victim, and they use that victimhood as a weapon, as an offensive weapon, to gaslight and so on. That the entire woke thing, and we don't need to get into that because that's self-evident, that's all around us, and that's clear. But the dynamics of that are unique when it comes to dealing with the Christic force. They're unique because there is nothing within that light which is offensive. There's nothing offensive about truth, light, and love. What could possibly be offensive about truth, light, and love? It's only offensive to the ego. Only the moneylenders in the temple find Christ's actions offensive because he's ejecting them. He's purifying his temple of what shouldn't be there, of what doesn't belong there. And no being, no animal, no person likes to be displaced, likes to be kicked off their land. What's their land? What's the territory that they've carved out for themselves? Nobody likes to be booted off that land, to be booted out of their territory. They're very identified with that territory. They're very attached to that territory. Have you ever tried taking a leech off of your arm or off of your leg? Have you ever tried getting a tick out from under your skin or out from under your dog's skin? You can say there's nothing offensive about me wanting to be healthy, about me not wanting to get Lyme disease, or about me not wanting to have leeches on my skin. You can say there's nothing offensive about that, but to the leech, you're robbing it of its livelihood. You're robbing that leech of its meal ticket. You're robbing that tick of its cozy little den. It's pulled up a chair right up to the all-you-can-eat buffet, and it's dug himself in. No parasite lets go just like this. And the egos are no different. The ego's modus operandi is deceit, is deception, is evasion, is illusion, is hypnosis. Truth, light, and love are an anathema to the ego. It can't allow truth, light, and love to exist and coexist with it. And so it's highly offensive to ego. But to another being, to someone who in the moment has surrendered to their higher self, truth, light, and love is a gift, is a beacon. It's not offensive. it's incapable of being offensive to another being. If that truth, light, and love, that Christic fire, that force, is being filtered through an ego, it's being modified, it's being subjected to ego. And ego now, it's like the stained glass window. And now it's projecting some image and some color and some whatever. Well, that can be offensive to a being. And it can be offensive to another ego. But that's the pure light of Christ being modified, being subjected, being filtered subjectively. But in the moment of these dynamics, most people can't tell the difference. In the same way that most people cannot look at this painting and see anything other than an angry Jesus. Most people, if they see someone acting with the fierce light of Christ, with intention and with willpower and with direction and focus and concentration and intensity, most people react in fear to that. And the best defense is a good offense. So, oh, he's so arrogant. Oh, I don't like his energy. Oh, he has a bad attitude. Or he's so angry all the time. Why is he so angry all the time? Why is he barking orders at everybody? He doesn't have to be like that. Why isn't he nice and calm and gentle? And why can't he be more like Eckhart Tolle? I like listening to Eckhart Tolle because he's nice and calm and gentle and peaceful. Or why can't he be more like Sadhguru, who's so pleasant and charming, and tells funny anecdotes, you know? That's what a real guru is like. That's what a real prophet is like, right? Except there's no intensity there. There is no fierce light there. I'm sorry, we don't see Christic light there. I don't care how pleasant sounding they are. I don't care how charming someone is. Did no one learn anything from watching 40 years of James Bond movies and watching James Bond villains? Did no one learn anything from watching Alan Rickman's performance in Die Hard? Or from watching or from reading any of Anne Rice's vampire novels, or about Lestat? And how charming and debonair and witty and intelligent and stoic even vampires are? Look, obviously, most of the time, we want to be in control and stoic, and we don't want to be manic and flying off the handle at every opportunity. That's not what this is about. Just rest assured that if you come to a place where you are speaking from the fierce light of Christ and you have surrendered to it, and you're no longer afraid of what other people think of you, and you're no longer afraid of how they're going to judge you, and you're no longer afraid of being crucified, You're no longer afraid that the Athenians might decide to poison you because they don't like what you're saying or they don't like how you're saying it. And that intensity comes through. People will judge you as flying off the handle, as being crazy, as being obnoxious, as being arrogant, as I don't like your energy. Well, that's too bad. I'm sorry you don't like the energy of the Christ. I'm sorry you don't like that energy. What can I do about that? I can't change you. And I'm not going to try to change it just because it rubs you the wrong way. Because your innermost being longs for nothing more than to be one with it. And your innermost being is incapable of being, quote, rubbed the wrong way. Not by the Christ. So what is this energy that people are feeling? Is it, are they wrong? Are they just in ego? We have often spoken about fear, and we've talked about fear today. We have to talk about fear some more. Normally, when we are being judged by others, or we are speaking to others, if we're speaking to a group of people or complete strangers, generally speaking, we can remain fairly detached from their judgments. The closer they are to us, the more synchronicity is involved between our energy patterns. And the more we have in common, the more affinity we have for one another in whatever capacity. So this could be a family member, could be a close friend, but it's particularly acute when it comes to couples or potential couples. So men and women. The the whatever tension, energetic tension you have towards a sibling or a parent because of how close you are to them and how genetically and energetically and karmically you're interwoven with them. So it doesn't take much for people in our family to push our buttons, and it doesn't take much for us to push their buttons. That just goes that way because the harmonics, the synchronistic harmonics between our energy patterns are so aligned. So it's like a tuning fork at a certain frequency, and then you punch a key on the piano, that same note, and the tuning fork vibrates at that note. This type of thing, entrainment, and so on. But it's particularly acute when it comes to men and women and sexual energy and sexual tension, because now you're layering on a whole other. You're turning the dial up to 11, and In any case, in any case, this allegory that's behind us, the primal, universal reaction, the instinctive, primal, universal reaction to the light of Christ is fear. In that sense, fear is the antithesis of Christ. When we speak the truth, when we speak from that place within us of our higher self, our true self, and we put ourselves out there, we bare our soul to another person at great risk to ourselves because of how that other person might judge us or condemn us or use their power or authority over us to entrap us, control us, punish us, uh, exile us. But we put ourselves out there anyway. Often you've probably heard the expression, courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is acting in spite of the presence of fear. Which means that in this portrait behind us, Jesus is not acting out of fear. He's acting out of courage. But that means fear is present inside of him. And his fear is active. If you have ever encountered someone, parents, for example, where you've borne your soul, perhaps you've had a moment where that you had been dreading for months, perhaps even years, of you coming out and telling your parents some deep, deep, deep personal truth about yourself, but you were terrified of how they would react, of what they might do, what they might say, of how they might judge you. But then you finally muster up the courage and you tell them. If you observe yourself in that moment of telling them, you will be shaking. You will be quivering in your boots. Your fear will be going crazy in activity. Because your fear had been successfully keeping you and preventing you from expressing your true self. So as you are fighting through that fear, and as you are getting the words out and bearing your soul to those who need to see it, your fear is going to be going crazy apeshit. It will. It does. Observe yourself. No act of courage is possible without the presence of fear. Anybody who's been on stage, anybody who's given a presentation in front of any number of people and has ever felt stage fright knows this. And stage fright hits different people different ways. And if we work with it in different ways, we learn to work with it in different ways. But some actors, after the performance, after they give their bow, they come back to the change room and they vomit, they throw up because of the pent-up anxiety, because of the fear, because now they're not performing anymore. There's nobody else around. Now they let their guard down. Now the fear comes back. And now the anxiety, their performance. Did they like me? Did they not like me? Oh, I flubbed this line. Did anybody see that I missed my mark? I didn't miss the spotlight and I missed this, I met that. I tripped this up. I forgot this thing and da. And all these thoughts and crazy anxiety, all this stuff that the courage and the willpower and the focus and the concentration suppressed all this stuff for the 90-minute production that you were on stage. And then afterwards, it all comes right back. Some actors vomit before they go on stage. And some actors learn how to transmute that fear on stage. And they extract all of the energy from that fear and they channel that energy into their performance. So the intensity of their performance gets dialed up to 11 because all that crazy fear, an actor who's well-versed knows how to do this, does it naturally, almost without thinking, and says, oh, thank you very much. I'll have all that. I'll reclaim all that nervous energy. Thank you very much. And puts it into their performance. And those performances, those are like the Shakespearean performances and whatnot that blow you away. Someone who can work with energy like that, like a sculptor, like sculpting in real time with energy. That's working with prana and chi but those are, unfortunately, that skill is also used by such master manipulators as the pastors of mega churches like Joel Osteen, like great orators, like the fellow with the little mustache from Germany in the 30s, whose name we have to be very careful about speaking on this platform. But great orators like Barack Obama, for example, or any great politician, so-called great politician, right? Who become a master orator and they can mesmerize and captivate an audience. Or rock musicians, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. The ability to work with energy, it's just a skill. It can be used for good and it can be used for evil. But the point is that in the moment that we are facing our fear and fighting through our fear, and we are using our willpower in the light of truth, light, and love to express our being in the face of whatever opposition, whatever danger, whatever risk. But we're told we have to do this. This has to be done. We have to step out, regardless of the consequences. We do that. Fear is present. And fear is in activity. Now, the thing about fear is that fear has a negative vibe to it. And if the person you're speaking to is very sensitive, they can pick up on that vibe. So you get this double whammy. On the straight surface level, their ego is being confronted by the light of Christ. Their ego will react with fear to that light. But if they also pick up the underlying vibrations of fear that you had to overcome in an act of courage, in an act of surrender to the light and the truth and the love, and you're bearing your soul and you're being done by your innermost, and you're fighting through that fear within yourself, and they pick up on that, they're picking up a fear in fight or flight mode, or freeze or fawn mode, but they're picking up the vibration of fear. And depending on the individual that you're with, that you're speaking to, their ego presented with the light of Christ on the surface, and they're going to react with fear, which is fight or flight to begin with. But if they sense that vibrational fear and they feed off of that, then basically they smell blood in the water. And all they're going to pick up on is their own fear vibrating in reaction to the Christ, to the light, to that Christic fire. But more importantly, they're going to focus in on the fear, and they're going to use that as a weapon against you. That's when you get comments like, "I don't like your energy." And it's not even a projection. They're not projecting their fear onto you. You have fear. We all have fear. No one is without fear. If you think you're without fear, you're kidding yourself. And fear is the greatest adversary that a bodhisattva has to overcome, that any of us have to overcome on the path. Fear is what all of us have to overcome in order to be who we really are, because our true self demands our surrender, demands our service, demands us to throw caution to the wind and suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune in order to be what we can be, what we came here to be. Even Master Samael confessed that fear was the greatest of all the egos that he had to overcome on his path of the Bodhisattva, of becoming the avatar of Aquarius. Do you know how many attacks the Master Samael and his wife, Little Antis, had to endure in their time on this earth? Personal attacks, professional attacks, attacks of every conceivable kind. And being discredited. And to this day, the discrediting and the attacks and character assassinations on Master Samael continue to this day. There's no end to it. To this day, while people are still doing the same thing to Jesus. He was just a man. He was a charlatan. He didn't really die on the cross. It was all a scam. It was all a hoax. It was all staged. There's no end to it. Because even 2,000 years removed, the power of the legacy of Jesus Christ is still a threat to egos everywhere. It's still a threat to the Black Lodge everywhere. And so they have to perform a systematic character assassination campaign. He's been dead for over 2,000 years, and they're still dragging his name through the mud. Or on the flip side, aggrandizing him to this level of elevating the man Jesus to be the Son of God, and creating all of these superstitions around it to deflect and evade and avoid the truth about the path of the Bodhisattva and the true nature of the Christ. But this phenomenon that we're describing to you, of the dynamics at work, the energetic dynamics at work, when someone is speaking the truth, when someone is being true to themselves and they're acting from their place of being, and they step outside and above all of their egos, and they're acting from this pure place of love and truth and light. And all of their egos in their subconscious mind are all going crazy, but particularly fear. It is that extra layer of negative energy that's unavoidable. It's unavoidable. You can't act in courage in the absence of fear unless you're already a Christified master, unless you're already a resurrected master and you've eliminated all of your fear and all of your egos. Then people's reaction to you are just their reaction. They're not going to sense any fear in you anymore. But guess what? Jesus ejecting the moneylenders from the temple, he was not yet crucified. And if he was not yet crucified, he certainly wasn't yet resurrected. Which leads us to another level of this on the path. And that is that Jesus ejected the money lenders from the temple, and he spoke the words, "I will raise this temple to the ground and rebuild it in 3 days." The new kingdom, the new covenant, knowing full well that these actions and these words would lead to his crucifixion. And he did the actions and he spoke the words. He pissed off the most powerful and authoritative people in Israel, in Jerusalem. He made all the wrong enemies, knowing full well of how they would retaliate and what they would do to him. And he did it anyway. Now, you know people, and I know people that if we were to act in such a way or say such things, they would condemn us as being stupid and foolish. What, are you an idiot? What are you doing? What are you doing talking to those people like that, making enemies of those people? What are you doing? What are you doing? Some might even say the same thing about Jesus. Jesus was an idiot. What did he think was going to happen? He kicked the bankers out of the temple. What did he think was going to happen to him? He told the Jewish authority he was going to burn the temple down. What the hell do you think they were going to do? Jesus knew exactly what they were going to do. That's why he said those words, and that's why he booted them out of the temple, because he knew exactly what they were going to do. Because the ego is very predictable. Programs, algorithms, right? Even this chat GPT stuff, this AI stuff. We've been playing around with some of this AI imaging stuff. And we'll get into that in a future live stream, why we've been playing around with it. But even in chat GPT and this AI stuff, getting the output you want is all about typing in the right prompt, prompting the AI to produce the result that you're looking for. All you have to, it's actually predictable, this AI stuff. It takes some time to learn kind of how the AI is working, processing things. But once you get the hang of it, the gist of it, you start to see patterns in how to organize your text prompt in order for the AI to understand what it is you're looking for on the output. And egos are no different. They're very predictable that way. And many times people's reactions to you are repetitive. And you can see the same reactions from different people, from different times, different places, but they're reacting the same way. But Jesus went through with it, knowing full well how those egos, the people of Jerusalem, the religious authority, and the moneylenders and the merchants, how they would react. Just as Socrates must have known on some level that the Athenians weren't going to take all of this lying down. But he had to do it anyway. Benjamin says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." That's Ephesians 6:12. Jesus also fought against the religious leaders and bankers and lawyers of his time. But despite that, his message of love, light, and salvation has reached us through thousands of years. Not in spite of it, because of it. Jesus' message of love, light, and salvation would not have reached us through thousands of years had he not been a resurrected master, had he not risen from the dead. The Bible is written out of order the way it appears in the Bible, the four Gospels. They're out of order, they're out of sync. The vast majority of Jesus' greatest teachings were given after his resurrection. For example, in the Pistis Sophia and the many Gnostic Gospels. These are the teachings of a resurrected master, of a purified individual with no more ego to get in the way. When he performed some of his greatest miracles of raising Lazarus from the dead, for example, this is something no mortal can do. No mortal filled with ego can do, not even a black magician, unless they're in necromancy. But even then, the most powerful black magician necromancer can only raise something akin to a zombie or animate a skeleton. And even that is the most fantastical of black magic and blood magic. And no initiate can do that. Only a resurrected master has the ability to perform some of these miracles that are in the Bible and give the teachings, like, for example, the Pistis Sophia, which our mortal intellects can barely even approach, let alone comprehend. So those many, many, many people out there reading the Pistis Sophia with their intellect and reading it literally and coming up with all of these grand theories about humanity based on their literal interpretation of the Pistis Sophia and Gnosticism is laughable, frankly, because our petty human intellect, our rational mind, cannot begin to comprehend the teachings of a Christified master. So this is why the scene behind us was an orchestration. This is something that Jesus had to do. He had to provoke the bankers and Caiaphas, the religious authority, into demanding his crucifixion. That was the cosmic drama that Master Abbottamento, that's the monad, that's Jesus's divine being, came here to play out, to become a resurrected master and the master of masters for this planet, and pay that terrible price of suffering, that crucifixion, and all the suffering that went along with that, before, during, and after, and descending into hell and saving souls in hell before resurrecting, and then traveling around with his disciples for many, many years, teaching and performing miracles. And many of those gospels were recorded by his disciples. Those are the Gnostic gospels. The gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, were written hundreds of years later. Not everyone is here on the path of the Bodhisattva. We don't want to give, this impression. But we say this with all sincerity and with the hope that you can benefit from our experience and from our suffering. That as you face your own fear in becoming who you were born to be, in allowing your true self to express, and allowing the truth and the light and the love of your innermost being and beyond, the being of beings, the Christ, your innermost intimate Christ, to express through you. And as you risk everything, your relationships, your reputation, your popularity, being ostracized by your circle of friends or your family or your coworkers or whatever it is that you are identified with and attached to, you will be fighting your own demon of fear. You will be trying to cast out the money lenders from your own temple, and they will be fighting back, and they will be conspiring with the people around you, with the people of Jerusalem, to see you crucified. Now, from their point of view, that's a good thing. And if you succumb to that fear, you will find yourself second guessing and questioning who you really are, and if it's all an illusion or a delusion, this higher self stuff. Maybe my parents are right. Maybe it is crazy. Maybe I should just play it safe and be a lawyer or a doctor. We have been facing this since childhood, for sure, but certainly in terms of life choices and life directions and life work. As Attlas, we've been facing it since the age of 15, 16, when we announced to our parents that we were going to take English and drama, and we're not going to go to pre-med. We're not going to go into science. We're going to go into the arts. That's when the shit first hit the fan in our life. And Our entire life has been nothing but an ongoing series of lessons and tests and trials over and over and over and over and over again, being presented with groups or people or family members or potential spouses, right? Who we're completely synchronizing with and energetically in vibration with, except you just have to change. You just have to not do this. You just have to not be that. And why can't you be like this? And you should be like that. And this, that, the other thing. And the hand of fear coming in to control and manipulate. And what are they controlling and manipulating? This demon of fear. And it's a terrifying prospect. Do you know how powerful a test that is? I don't know if you've ever been in that situation where you're single and you meet someone and there's a real potential chemistry there. You can feel it, you can vibe with it. And there's a real temptation to not be true to yourself, to not show this person who you are, what you are, and how you are. Why? For fear of how they're going to react. And they do react. When someone's on the path of the bodhisattva, when someone's on the path of self-realization of the being, this is just the way it is. It can't be any other way. This is why it's the hardest path. This is why it's the path of suffering and sacrifice for humanity. A humanity which frankly doesn't want you, doesn't want a bodhisattva. It doesn't want the truth. Like Plato said, they don't want Socrates. They want to poison Socrates. They want to silence truth speakers. It's what that whole woke movement and cancellation and coming censorship, and soon most Gnostics will probably have to go underground again. If it keeps escalating the way things have been going with this cancel culture or if the religious right fanatics get back into power, and who knows how it'll go. But it's been prophesied that the Gnostics will have to go underground. Because no one is more hated than he that speaks the truth, because everybody has fear, and there's only one reaction, there's only one egoic reaction to the truth, light, and love. And the best defense is a good offense. So fear turns to anger. Anger turns to hate. Therein lies the path of the dark side. We know that from 1980, from Yoda, for heaven's sakes. Now, we must be careful when observing ourselves and observing this energy moving through us. And we must be certain that it isn't being channeled or filtered through our ego. Because that's a real risk. That's a real danger. That's what most people in the new age and what most self-styled spiritual people and what all of us suffered from at one time or another. Our energy, that light, that truth was being filtered through some belief system or through some ego filter. So that's, for example, in our video on the hard truth of belief, we talk about flat earthers and how flat earthers work with an undeniable objective fact at the heart of their belief system. What is that objective fact? That they have never observed the round spherical earth for themselves. They have no gnosis of the round spherical earth. That is a fact. That is an objective fact. That is truth. That is absolute truth. So they have doubt. They have the aspect of consciousness, the aspects of the being represented by Thomas. He wants to see the evidence. He wants to be able to put his finger in the wound in Jesus' side, and then he will believe, and then he will know that Jesus is risen. So all flat earthers are, deep down, are Gnostics, but they're Gnostics who are trapped inside this Chinese finger puzzle of belief called flat earth. Because that truth, I haven't seen the spherical earth for myself, is a kernel, a nucleus, a foundation that their ego has woven an elaborate narrative around. A big ball of yarn with a golf ball at its heart. And that yarn is just wool. It's barely a solid, but it's all interwoven and it's all cleverly macrameed and everything else. And that golf ball is firmly contained inside that fuzzy ball of wool. And that fuzzy ball of wool has the weight of the golf ball at its center. And so, because they know the foundation of their belief is an absolute truth, they can't shake the feeling that all of their beliefs about flat earth are an absolute truth. This same phenomenon can happen in real time. This same phenomenon where the truth, the light, the love, the fire of the Christ, the resplendent radiance of our innermost being can be shining forth through us, and an ego captures it, leaps in front of it, and like a naughty kid in elementary school or in high school, exchanging slides in the slide machine for pornographic slides. And all of a sudden, the beautiful slideshow suddenly has pornographic images on the screen. And the kids are going crazy. The kids are laughing with hilarity, and the teacher's going crazy, panicking. And the naughty kid in the back is because he pulled this prank. That's what happens if the egos get in the way of our light. And that is a danger. That is a very real danger. And we've been there. We've experienced that. Because remember, egos are terrorists and they're parasites. They are actors of opportunity. And if they see an opportunity, they will try to take it. They're programmed that way. They're designed that way. It's their nature to be that way. It's their nature to siphon energy and enslave consciousness, capture consciousness. And it may take many years of self-observation and many years of difficult, painful arguments, exchanges, discussions with people, and outright fights with very, very close people. People with which we have such energetic affinity, with whom we vibrate in such synchronicity that that our egos are in sync. So many things are in sync that it is so easy for us to press each other's buttons. It's like that tuning fork and the piano example, right? All you have to do is lightly touch a key on the piano, and already the tuning fork is vibrating at the exact same frequency, at the exact same note. Like we know people like that who just know how to press our buttons, and we know how to press their buttons. And many, many times we've said in relationships, if it's not sparks in the bedroom, it's a raging grease fire in the kitchen. That's the way it is. That's how it goes. But if we are observant of ourselves, and if we are working on ourselves, and if we know what is stealing that energy and what's getting in the way of it, and when we know our demons and how they get to us and how they can be manipulated by others' demons, by others who are so matched energetically and in affinity to us that just they don't know what they're doing. They don't believe, they don't know anything about that their demon is conspiring with our demon. They're completely oblivious to that. You can't talk to them on that level. I know, we've tried. Their answer, their response is, you're just projecting onto me. Stop projecting onto me. Stop telling me I got the same problem that you have. I'm good. I just don't like your energy. Okay. And it's a shame, but that's why I'm still single. Because I can't help it. For me to speak and be Attlas, and what's more, for myself and Attlas to be and speak and become Alux, we have to act with courage. We have to overcome our fear of pissing off this other person. We can't be afraid. We can't be walking on eggshells, and we can't be afraid of pissing them off. We can't be afraid of hurting their feelings. And we can't be afraid of them not liking our energy or our personality or whatever. We have to be who we are. We have to. Why? Because if we give in to fear, and we try to put on airs, and we try to fit into some picture of what they think the ideal person is, that's a recipe for disaster, number one. And number two, we're not true to ourselves. We're not Attlas anymore. Then what the hell are we? We're the demon. We're the demon of fear, acting out of fear. Then that person is being attracted to a demon. How can someone be attracted to a demon? The law of attraction says like attracts like. And the other law says that the Black Lodge always sees angels as demons. That's why the folks in the background here are reacting to Jesus with terror and horror and fear, because they don't see Jesus, they see a demon. Every demon believes it's an angel. And every demon sees angels as demons. And despite the fact that we can attract individuals into our life, that we are synchronistic and energy on so many different levels, but if that person hasn't come to terms with their own demon, which they have, it matches our own and it conspires with ours, whereas we fight ours and we resist the temptations as best we can, although this time we came very close to falling into the trap, believe it or not. Even after all these years and all these tests and trials and ordeals, going through this same thing over and over again. This time was the most subtle. This time it was uh, the most difficult of tests, the most difficult of challenging of trials, simply because it was all like always. It was all so subtle, perfectly orchestrated. But again, was dealing with the same boss, right? But at a deeper level, at a higher level, at a higher level, always at a higher level. And it's just not worth it to be afraid. So who cares? There's plenty of fish in the sea. Well, no, there's not. Maybe for someone on the path of the Bodhisattva, there may not be plenty of fish in the sea, but there's no point in giving into fear and giving into their judgments and their condemnation for being who we really are and saying what we need to say, saying what they need to hear because they don't want to hear it and they don't like the way we say it. Well, what is it in them that doesn't like the way we say it? It's the same thing in them that's in us that doesn't want us saying it in the first place. This is the kind of dynamic we have to be aware of, especially when we're dealing with couples, people that we've attracted into our life, or people who are very close to us. And we're trying to be ourselves, and we have to conquer our own fear just to be able to be ourselves. And then that person is reacting with fear, and fear is control. Remember, so when someone doesn't like the way you say something, you ever hear that expression? Ever hear that expression? I don't think I like the tone of your voice. You know what the right response to that is? What the hell does my tone have to do with it? Is this a concert hall? Am I an opera singer? What the hell does my tone have to do with the truth? Only the ego cares about tone. I don't like the tone of your voice. Are we going to go through life pandering and kowtowing to people's egos and their judgments and their condemnations of us? Are we going to let other people control and prevent us from speaking the truth and light and love and being who we came here to be and doing what we are commanded to do by our innermost intimate Christ? Are we going to get in the way of that because of how others might not like it, or this person might not date me? That is narcissism. That is self-centeredness. That is selfishness. That is fear. That is giving in to the demon. That is crucifying our innermost intimate Christ. We become pilot in that instance. Because somebody who thinks they have some kind of authority or power over us doesn't like our tone or doesn't like the idea that we came here to raise their sacrilegious pagan temple to the ground and kick out all the moneylenders and rebuild it in 3 days in the image and likeness of God. A proper vessel, a proper vehicle, place for a fountain of sweet ambrosia, where all the thirsty and the tired and the hungry and the weak and the forlorn can come to take refuge, to quench their thirst in the font of infinite knowledge, of infinite love, and of resplendent light. And we would jeopardize all of that. Why? Because we pissed off Caiaphas and we pissed off the bankers and the moneylenders, the egos. No one said to be a rebel was easy. It's not romantic. There's no romantic notions of rebellion. Rebellion is hard, difficult. Dig in your heels, get your hands and feet dirty work. It is not pleasant work. The great rebellion, and to be a rebel and undertake the great revolution of our time, the revolution of the consciousness, the revolution against the Black Lodge, the revolution against the mechanical forces of nature, sucking all of humanity down in the downward spiral of the gigantic toilet bowl that has been flushed on this humanity called the Kali Yuga. Visualize yourself. Visualize what that is like. See yourself as a little mouse or a rat, as a gigantic pool is swirling around and around and around, is getting sucked down some kind of drain pipe. You have to swim against that current and find your way out of that downward spiral. That's a revolution. That's a rebellion against the mechanical forces of nature. There is no other way for you to get out of that. There's no other way for anybody to get out of that. And if you are not caught up in it, you see others going down that drain. If you're not in it, or you're not caught in it, or you're already have your lifeline to safety, you will turn back and you will reach out a hand. You will reach out a stick. You will throw a rope, a string, a thread, whatever you can find to help another little mouse grab hold and climb out. And you will not rest. You will not rest until there are others at your side who have escaped that downward spiral. Knowing full well that every attempt you make you will be laughed at and ridiculed and condemned and judged. And many of them will tell you, no, you're crazy. Come on in. The water's fine. Woo, we're having a great time. We're going around and around and around. It's fun. Come on, join us. Join us. whatever it is that you're here to do deep down, that you know you're here to do. And you know it like you know it like you know it. It's not a theory, it's not a belief, it's beyond a hunch. Joseph Campbell called it finding your bliss. That thing that you can't see yourself existing without doing, without being a part of. But as you all know, if you're familiar with our live streams, and certainly by now, you know that for us, the word is passion. And passion, we don't mean in the same sense that people have passionate sex or people are passionate for Star Wars or peaceful. I mean, it's related, but we're not, people's passionate desire. We're not talking about passionate desire. We're talking about the true meaning of the word passion. That which you're willing to give your life for. That which you are willing to suffer and sacrifice for. That's why the crucifixion is called the Passion Play and the Passion of the Christ. Because Christ died for us. That defines a bodhisattva. That defines the passion of a Christ in progress, a Christ in formation. Passion, intensity, vivacity, the fierce, resplendent light. And if you've never experienced the Christ directly, you have no idea of the intensity. You have to walk on the surface of the sun to get an idea of the intensity of the Christ. Find that within yourself. Seek that in your life. What is it that you are willing to suffer and sacrifice for? What is it that you're willing to die for? And is it for the benefit of others? And what have you suffered and sacrificed for? How many so-called friends and acquaintances have you lost because you just outgrew them? Your life, your path, your direction, where you're going, they could not follow. Not because they were incapable, not because they were lesser, not because they were anything, they just wasn't meant to be. God bless them, more power to them. They're happier that way. Believe me, they're happier without you in their life. And we don't want to cause anyone any ill or any suffering. So if they don't want us around, we have no reason to be around. We have no reason to bother them. We have no reason to bug them. We have no reason to force. We're not here to force anything upon anyone, and we're not here to convince anyone of anything. We're not here to convince. You're not here to be convinced, and we're not here to convince you. We're speaking to your being. The intensity and the energy and the focus and concentration, the passion that we are showing you is here to inspire you. We're speaking to that source of light inside of you to kindle it. For whatever enterprise, for whatever endeavor, for whatever purpose, you are here. For you to self-actualize, to self-realize, to awaken to your innermost passion to realize and fulfill that passion in the world for the sake of others. Because on the spiritual path, no passion is self-centered. We'll say that again. On the spiritual path, no passion is self-centered. No passion is egocentric. Yes, you will be passionate about doing this thing. Yes, you will be in a place of bliss when you fulfill your passion. Like when we're on a stage speaking to many people, connecting them, or when we're performing Shakespeare for others. Of course, we feel fulfilled. Of course, we're in our place of bliss. But it's pointless for us to do that by ourselves in a basement. It's pointless for us to exert this type of intensity while we're by ourselves, because this is for you. This is for your benefit. All artists feel this way deep down. All teachers, all architects, all pure scientists, true scientists feel this way deep down, that they must make a contribution. They must contribute to humanity. And not because they must win a Nobel Prize or they must get their name in the Hollywood Squares or Hollywood Squares. That was a game show. You know what I mean, the Hollywood Boulevard, the star on the Hollywood Boulevard. Um, uh, or not because they want accolades or legacy, or they want their face carved on Mount Rushmore next to the other presidents. Not because of that, because of it's their passion to see their creation, their baby, what they brought forth into the world, to become part of this great, grand, global potluck of truth and love and light and learning and knowledge. Like this, like we are all members of this global potlatch. This we've all been to parties that way, right? We've all been to parties that way. We've all brought something to a potluck party. All of us. Did we make that thing that we brought for our benefit? We make that carrot cake or that potato salad or that pizza and like that handmade homemade pizza or cookies or biscuits or grandma's shepherd's pie or whatever the hell it was. Did we bring it to that potlatch party so we could sit in the corner and secretly eat it all ourselves? Nonsense. Nonsense. And did we put our blood, sweat, and tears and love and joy into the making of that food so that we could receive accolades at the party? Nonsense. Nonsense. We did it so that we could look into the eyes of the people of that potlatch who have a spoon of our great-grandmother's shepherd's pie or our great-grandmother's paprikash. And we see them glow. Because we put our heart and soul and passion into what we brought to that table. And we see it fulfill others and fill them with love and light and warmth and nutrition and flavors and textures and joy and bliss. And we do that together. Such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful tradition that can be found all over the world, but the name itself, potlatch, comes from the native North American tradition, and in fact was the origin of Thanksgiving. when the Pilgrims and the First Nations came together and held a potlatch, and the Europeans made their style of food, and the Indians brought their style of food, and there was a meeting of cultures, and there was a meeting of minds, and there was a meeting of hearts. And every nation and every culture around the world can understand this metaphor, because everyone has experienced, even a child in kindergarten at lunchtime has said, trade you half a sandwich for half your bagel. Even children know this. And yet, the world we live in today doesn't know this, doesn't know what children know, doesn't know what Native North Americans and relatively uneducated pilgrims knew. And all these global elites and all these quantum physicists and new age thinkers and with all their sophistication and their intelligence and intelligentsia don't know what the most simple people in Azerbaijan know, who have no computers and have no internet and have none of this nonsense, and don't even talk to them about quantum anything, but they know more than the quantum physicists know about the great potlatch of truth and light and love and the great exchange of races and cultures and creeds and religions and spirituality that we should all be partaking in. That we all have something to bring to this table. If we come and bring our passion and bring, this is the only time that you'll hear me say the word our truth, because it is our truth. It's not my truth. It's your truth and his truth and her truth and their truth. It's all of ours truth, because it's one potlatch table and everybody can partake of everything, and everything tastes different and looks different and has a different texture, but it's one table. It's one meal. And it's all made with the same passion and the same love and the same care. And children know this. Trade you half a sandwich for half a bagel? Imagine going to a party and bringing and making with the deepest passion, with the deepest love, your great grandma's secret recipe, and bringing it to the potlatch party and being condemned for it. We'll have none of your great grandmother's secret recipe here. Don't you know that we're only having canapes tonight? Don't you know we're only having vintage wine tonight? What are you doing here coming with your homemade wine? What vineyard is it from? Don't you know we are offended by our great grandmother's goulash? These are worse than children. These are animals. These are machines. That's how a machine reacts. Does not compute. You try to put a program into your computer, and your computer says does not compute, not compatible. This operating system is not compatible with that program. You have to upgrade your program. That's the ego. That's the Black Lodge. That's that uppity, snooty, snotty, elite, intellectual way of thinking. Give me a 70-year-old give me anyone's grandmother's cooking any day over any 4-star Michelin restaurant. Hands down, I will take anybody's grandmother's home cooking over any Michelin 4-star restaurant, and I will be right. And if you're honest with yourself, you know that we're right. You know you've never eaten anything better in your lifetime than your grandma's cookies that she baked for you or the cake that she made for your birthday. Because no Michelin star restaurant puts the same love into their gourmet nonsense that your grandmother put into what she baked for you. This is what it really means to be proud of a day's work, to have pride in one's work. This is not the kind of pride that we're thinking of about, oh, I'm so great. Oh, everybody loves me. Oh, look at all the accolades. No, 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 no. It's a deep feeling satisfaction, pride in one's work when you do something for someone else and it lands and they get the benefit of it, and you put your blood, sweat, and tears and love and passion into that work, and it's received and they benefit, and you see the fruits of your labor, and you can go to bed at night exhausted, spent, and you can have that pride of a good day's work. I fulfilled my purpose today. I was true to myself. I served my innermost being. I served the hungry and the forlorn and the exiled and the homeless. I served them precious food and soup and clean water from the fountain of the cleansed temple, cleansed of the merchants, to make room for the weary and the weak and the sick and the helpless and the homeless and the starving and the thirsty. This is the fire. This is the passion that we are talking about. And yes, if you take our advice, if you seek out not just that fire, but the fire of fires, the light of lights, the being of beings, your innermost intimate Christ, and you bring that into your temple because you've cleansed it of the moneylenders. If you do that, if you follow this path, rest assured that you will be condemned, you will be judged, you will be despised, you will be feared, and you will be hated as no one else is. But for every 100 haters, your work will land and you will change someone's life. You will change their life. And for every life that you change, you will be willing to exchange and sacrifice 100 or 1,000 or 100,000 or 1,000,000 haters. You will take all the hate, all the judgment, all the condemnation, all the slurs, all the criticisms. You'll take it on. You'll take it all on to save one life, one soul, with your good work, with by bringing your passion into the world. and it'll be worth it. And you'll go to sleep and you will be so relaxed, and you will know that you were serving your higher self, and you were living on purpose. And there is nothing, absolutely nothing else in this world that can compare. There's nothing that can compare to that feeling. Cassandra says, "It is heartbreaking for my being to be in the company of an attitude of constant offense. Literally creates anguish and deep sorrow. But to be in well reception and joy is freeing and rejuvenating." Unfortunately, we understand. We understand. We feel you, because what you are describing is another way to express that on an intimate level, is what we call unrequited love. That's when you are expressing your deep love and affection for someone and it's not reciprocated. In other words, it's not received. It's not received. It's an incomplete tantra. It's an incomplete equation. And all tantra is expression and reception, and union of expression and reception. The union of expression and reception creates, and what that creates is a collective experience of love. So when you are bringing forth your divine beings gifts into the world, and you're bringing your gifts into the world, and you are met only with people looking a gift horse in the mouth, and you know that expression, right? It means that they're not receptive to your gifts. They find your gifts offensive. They find your gifts repulsive. They find how you deliver your gifts repugnant, obnoxious, arrogant. Who the hell does he think he is, coming in here talking like that? Who the hell does he think he is, speaking to me that way? What, does he think I not know that? I don't think I like his tone. I don't like his attitude. I don't like his energy. There's a million of them. People can take offense, and remember, they're taking offense as actually a defense, because the best defense is a good offense. That's why people get offended. There's so much double speak happening in the words and how this all plays out. And so yes, we know how that feels. And you will feel that way. Everybody bringing the gifts of their innermost being into the world feels that way, because we're not thinking about giving the people what they want. We're here to give the people what they need. And very rarely is what they need also what they want. But it happens. It does happen. It does happen, but that the two dovetail. And in those magical moments, when it dovetails and people are receptive to it, well, then you get things like the original Star Wars trilogy, or the Lord of the Rings trilogy, or the Lord of the Rings books, or Shakespearean plays, or any number of other uh, divinely inspired phenomena which captured the imaginations of people. Cassandra says, well, reception is lived in the innocent joy of a child only desiring to share. The key is, and this is very, very hard, but it's a very hard lesson, and it's a bitter pill to swallow, but it will spare you a great deal of unnecessary suffering, and that is to not be attached to the outcome of your giving, which means if if you expect people to receive and accept you and receive your gifts, and if you expect to receive a warm reception, then you have not yet mastered unconditional love. Because remember, love has no conditions. Love is unconditional. I love you whether you receive it or not, whether you like it or not, whether you find it repugnant or not. I love you. I'm doing this for you. Whether you choose to click off now and ignore and block me and never speak to me again, that's fine. That's your choice. But it won't stop me from being who I am and doing what I came here to do, which is to love you and continue loving you and continue sending you good truth. That's unconditional love. That's why this whole unrequited love stuff in storybooks and in romance novels and whatnot is so twisted, right? Because it's ultimately conditional love. It's right. Unconditional love is and believe me, we've been through this in our life too, where we've suffered from conditional love, and we've suffered the consequences of conditional love. And life has we learned, our divine mother gave us many lessons, and we were taught unconditional love. And our own birth mother, our biological mother, whose the 4-year anniversary of her death is next Sunday, which means there will be no live stream next Sunday afternoon, because there will be a mass held in her honor, and I will be in attendance of that mass, and that'll be at 3:00 in the afternoon. So next Sunday we won't have a live stream. But my biological mother very much taught me unconditional love, and she showed that, she lived that in her life. Now, was she perfect? No. Did she also fall into the trap of conditional love? Yes, many times, but that was due to her fear and her anxiety, which was very clever and focused on the benefit of others. So she was always worried about you. She was worried about everybody. And that was the trap. That was the demon that she lived with. That's the demon that I inherited, that demon of fear. In my poor mother, that worry ended up giving her kidney cancer. And the actual energetic dynamic, the metaphysical science of how worry causes kidney cancer must be understood, that the organs in the body function metaphysically the same way they function physically. So the kidneys filter, right? And when a filter gets overwrought, overrun, it gets clogged. It can no longer, when a filter gets overwhelmed, it gets clogged up with precisely that which it's trying to filter. So with so much worry, her kidney, and it was on her left side, the feminine side, in her motherly worrywart type energy, right? The motherly energy, but it was worrying energy and always worrying about others and others and others. Her metaphysical kidney and her emotional and mental and vital body could not filter all of that negativity and all of that worry enough. And now that negative energy eventually overwhelmed her metaphysical kidney. And then with so much energy, just negative energy getting denser and denser and denser and more concentrated, eventually it manifests in the physical. That's what we call cancer. And then from there, it spread throughout her body and so on and so forth. So that eventually killed her. But it was such a clever demon, right? Because it was for everybody else's benefit. It was worried about others. It was all aligned with her motherly nurturing way, right? And was all backed up by her unconditional love for everyone. So this is what we said earlier about, we must be very careful about how the truth, light, and love might be being filtered by an ego. Because even unconditional love can be filtered by fear, we call it worried. I'm worried about you. I'm so concerned about you. I want what's best for you. I just don't want you to make any mistakes. I just don't want you to fall into the same trap that I fell into. And if we allow that to go on and on and on and on and on, oh, I'm so worried about him. Oh my gosh, I wonder if he's okay. Is he okay? Do you think he's going to be okay? Right? That's that's unconditional love becoming conditional because of this worry, because now you're worried about the outcome. You're concerned about, and you're not just worried about the outcome, you're becoming obsessed over the outcome out of fear, because remember, fear is control. The desire to control outcomes, that's fear. That's worry. Worried about the outcome. That's what killed my dearly beloved mother, who taught me unconditional love. And she taught me the traps of how unconditional love can be made very conditional, and how clever and subtly it can do that, and why all mothers worry. And they all believe that it's in their right to worry. I'm your mother. It's my job to worry about you, my mom would say. And there was nothing we could do to convince her otherwise. There was nothing we could do to ever get our mother to be a glass half full type of person. She was always, unfortunately, as much as she had that unconditional love, look, she had to have that. If you read the article that we wrote about her on the 4-year anniversary of her passing, sorry, not on the 4-year anniversary. Now is the 4-year anniversary. We wrote this article about her on the 1-year anniversary of her passing. And if you read this article, that's dedicated not only to her but to our Divine Mother, it's dedicated to both, really, because they're related. And we explain in the article how they're related. And in a way, it's an article that's written for all mothers. We like to share this article on Mother's Day, because on Mother's Day we should not only remember our own mother, we should remember all mothers, but most importantly, we should remember our our Divine Mother. And that article is this one. O Divine Mother, here art thou. And that's a beautiful, beautiful painting of our Divine Mother. And that's, that's the Madonna. That's Mary, because in her arms she has the baby Jesus, the essence, the seed, right? The innermost intimate Christ, who is the Lamb of God. And that's our Divine Mother. So let's give you the link to that. In the link to that article is in the chat, and there it is on screen as well. That's on atlas.info. You can just, if you don't have the link, just go to atlas.info. You can find all our blogs. You can find them by the title of the article as well. Benjamin says, worry, in the way you explained it, needs to be understood. It seems that we tend to underestimate the outcomes of worry, similar to what happened to your beloved mother. Yeah, you see, one of the ways, and you see, okay. Oh, well, Benjamin has a follow-up, so let's read this follow-up before we respond. And Jesus' advice about worry is very profound. Quote, therefore, I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink, or about your body, what you will wear. Is not life more than food, and the body more than clothes? Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they? Can any one of you, by worrying, add a single hour to your life? Oh, it's bang on, right? It's exactly right. It's exactly right. Okay, now Again, in response to that, all the so-called clever, pragmatic people are going to chime in and say, "That's ridiculous. That's not practical. You can't live that way in the modern world." Blah 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 blah. And they're going to jump in and they're going to say, "No, no, you got to be in control. You got to plan. You got to have good financial planning. You got to plan for your retirement. You got to do all these things. You got to be financially, fiscally responsible." And on and on and on and on and on and on they'll go. Right? What is that? That's all fear. That's all worry, bringing and trying to control, like like the Joker said in The Dark Knight. They're trying to control their little world. They're schemers. They're schemers, right? They're trying to control their little worlds. And me, I represent the forces of chaos. I'm here to turn the little worlds upside down. Right? That's chaos. Chaos is an aspect of the Divine Mother. That's Lucifer. Joker and Lucifer are the same, coming to upturn our comfort and security and bring us the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune in order for us to stop doing, to stop trying to be a human doing and start becoming a human being done. That's what Jesus says much more profoundly and beautifully than how we just said it. But practically, metaphysically, and scientifically, people talk about energy all the time, and people talk about energy as some kind of like uh, uh, nebulous sort of plasma like thing flowing, this that, like that we're all sort of globs or gloobs or whatever of energy that whatever, like outside of this body we're all like glowing neon whatever. Like, it's all nonsense. It's nonsense. Your metaphysical body has organs. You have metaphysical kidneys, you have metaphysical lungs, you have a heart, you have the chakras, you have all of your nervous system. You have it. It has its corollary, and of course, the vital body, that should go without saying. And you have all the nadis of the vital body. All of this should go without saying. But then you have your emotional body, and you have your mental body, and it too has kidneys. And your mental body has kidneys. How do you think your mind is able to filter the wheat from the chaff? It has to have kidneys. It has to have a bladder. It has to have a liver. It has to have it's these energetic corollaries. And that's why we have to make our solar bodies. Because right now, those energetic bodies are functioning mechanically, just like our physical body is functioning mechanically and automatically, that we're unconscious of. We have to become conscious of our metaphysical bodies. They operate consciously, not mechanically, but consciously. We create solar bodies, golden bodies, transmute the lead of ego into the gold of the human soul. We transmute the lunar mechanical bodies into our golden solar bodies. All right. So, right. So what we were saying, and what Cassandra was responding to, was that if you walk this path, if you relate to the path of the Bodhisattva, but no matter what path you walk, where you're bringing your true self into the world, but especially if you're walking the path of the Bodhisattva, recognize what we've been describing today, how how egos react to someone who is shining with that light, with that truth, with that love. This, by the way, is the link to the course on Glorian. It's the Path of the Bodhisattva course. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 lectures. They're all free. You can listen to them and or read them online at your leisure. But no, not at your leisure. Don't do it at your leisure. Do it at your focused concentration. And you're looking at probably at least 90 minutes per lecture, and most of them I think go into 2 hours and longer. So this is not something that you're going to undertake in a week or a weekend. With 20 lectures, we don't recommend you doing one a day. It's too much. You'll get burnt out. So, this is something that you can do maybe 2 or 3 lectures a week max. But if you do them one a week, it'll take you 20 weeks. So if you go through this lecture and meditate on yourself and on your life and on the places you've been, the suffering that you've been through, and if you connect to that deep, deep place of passion within you and why you are here, and are you here for others? Is your passion to suffer and sacrifice for the sake of others? That is, are you willing to suffer and sacrifice for the sake of others? I think it's a lot more than that. There's a lot more to it. I mean, there wouldn't be 20 lectures if it was a simple thing. But just know what you're getting into. And one of our favorite examples we like to cite is the fact that Mozart died penniless. Mozart, who at the time, by any objective measure, and certainly if you've seen the movie Amadeus, you know that they certainly play this up in the movie. By any objective measure, he was God's musician. He was making God's music. He was just taking dictation. Perfectly formed operas, concertos, movements, symphonies that were completely finished in his head, and he just, like Mozart said in the movie Amadeus, the rest is just scribbling, 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 scribbling. He died penniless. He was not well received, even though there was a time that he was received. He was given a chance, but for multiple different reasons, he fell out of favor, and his music fell out of favor and was judged and deemed to be like in the movie, what the expression they used was too many notes. That it was all just a young man trying too hard to impress, right? Because it was new, it was different. In many ways, Mozart did a lot of revolutionary things, like, for example, having singers sing over each other in opera, and how he introduced that into opera and didn't exist in opera before. But he introduced that the singers could sing simultaneously over top of each other, and it wasn't gibberish. It was completely understandable. You could understand them because everything meshed together in harmony. And his opera, The Magic Flute, and Don Giovanni, and The Magic Flute are both supremely esoteric in nature. And most people think that The Magic Flute was made for children, that it's a children's opera, because it's filled with all of this mythological and fantasy characters and everything else. They don't grasp that encoded in The Magic Flute is an ancient Egyptian initiation, an Egyptian mystery school initiation encoded in The Magic Flute. They miss all of that. He died penniless. It wouldn't be until after his death that he was truly well received. And to this day, his music, play his music for a small child and watch them light up the room. Just put on some Mozart. In contrast to that, we can look at Beethoven. Beethoven, his music was well received. He had very powerful patrons. The Austro-Hungarian family, Esterházy family, were the patrons of Beethoven. And he also had very, very powerful and wealthy backers and supporters in England and all throughout Europe. I mean, he wrote national anthems, and so he had many pupils, and he, and of course he has his symphonies, his famous symphonies. But you see, Beethoven was here to suffer in a different way, right? Because he was suffering going deaf. So that by the end, when he wrote his masterpiece, what in our view is objectively the greatest piece of music ever written, his Ninth Symphony, specifically the fourth movement, by then he was completely stone deaf. He couldn't actually hear it played. But he was present when it was first performed. And then when it was over, he had to be physically turned around to face the audience to see their ovation, because he couldn't hear them clapping. So therein lies a lesson for us about bringing our gifts into the world and having them received. At that point, Beethoven, he couldn't even hear whether or not the audience was, you couldn't even hear the music being played, let alone whether or not the audience was being receptive to it. So Cassandra asks, would you say suffering is a fact, yet the heartaches and sadness is due to ego? So the emotions of the suffering can be faced and the ego felt with. Sorry, and the ego dealt with. I get it. Okay. So would you say suffering is a fact, yet the heartaches and sadness is due to ego? So the emotions of the suffering can be faced and the ego dealt with. Like all pain, suffering is there to draw our attention to the cause. Right? So when you feel something, something's really painful in my side here, right? And you look down and there's a thorn in your side. The pain is there for you to go and pull the thorn out of your side. Suffering is like that. So the suffering that you feel is exactly as you said, it's caused by ego. So it's a sign to draw your attention to the ego that's the cause of the suffering. You realize that it's not the circumstances that are causing the suffering, but my ego response to that, which is the cause. And if I can comprehend that it's the ego that's the cause and how that ego is causing that suffering, not just for me, but by extension for others, then in meditation, I can achieve comprehension of that ego, and that ego can be eliminated, and I can be freed from that particular cause of suffering. So, having said that, there is while we are here in these bodies, in these mortal vessels, with these emotional bodies and mental bodies, the vital body and physical body, there are kinds of suffering which are sort of inevitable. And the suffering is there to teach us how to overcome suffering and how to be liberated from suffering. In the process of overcoming and liberating ourselves from suffering, this is how we achieve mastery. This is what it means to be walking the path of the Bodhisattva, to free oneself from the causes of suffering within one lifetime. Most people take many, 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 many lifetimes. And even those who have achieved the level of nirvana, they come back, they reincarnate, and they can reincarnate thousands of times. Once they've already attained the level of Buddha, they can come and reincarnate and work on themselves little by little by little by little and take what's called the spiral path. But Bodhisattva take what's called the direct path. That's what's being referred to here. This is the path of the Bodhisattva. This is the path of supreme suffering and sacrifice for humanity. We don't take the comfortable road, the nice, slow and windy road, right? Around and around and around, reincarnating for thousands of lifetimes. Working a little bit on ourselves here and there, but at the end of each life, sort of kind of being guaranteed to go back to nirvana because we've already earned our place there. So we encourage people to connect to that place inside of them that their innermost intimate Christ, the being of their being, and do the soul searching there to see if there's, in the light of your life, in the light of your experience, in the light of your passion, in the light of and everything else, if you too may, in your deepest, highest self, long for that type of liberation and that type of intensity and sacrifice for others. Cassandra follows up and she says, suffering as to have died penniless or deaf, the feelings about those states, the ego state. Well, there are practical things about suffering. Like, remember, Mozart died very young. He died an alcoholic, more or less, and he died of, was it tuberculosis or consumption? I can't remember, but Mozart died of an illness that was directly related to poverty at that time. So he suffered a lot, physically, mentally, and emotionally, right? So of course, it's and same with Beethoven. I mean, if you look at the difference between Beethoven's original scores and Mozart's have no sign of correction. Mozart, it seemed like it was effortless for him to write his music. Beethoven's original scores are just a mess, with all these corrections and scratching out and rewriting and starting at the beginning and stuff, like, because he was going deaf and he could perhaps hear the music in his head, but because his there was this challenge, there was this block between his mortal self's ability to hear it, and so bringing it into the world, he was handicapped. Literally, he was handicapped, and somehow he was able to fight through that handicap. But that didn't come without its difficulties, and in that difficulty, there's a challenge to that, but there's also difficulty. There's also suffering. And there's a whole series of other things around Beethoven's music. I mean, after all, Beethoven was called by many, like nowadays contemporaries, they call him the first heavy metal musician. Um, uh, Kamal Manzuki says, Google says cerebral hemorrhage and bronchopneumonia. Okay, sorry, pneumonia. Right. Okay. So the cerebral hemorrhage part, uh okay, so it's it's probably one or the other, or like, so one led to the other one, and it's so whether he it's probably the cerebral hemorrhage that came as a result of some treatment of his bronchial pneumonia. So it's pneumonia. But pneumonia, again, is one of these illnesses that comes from having a weak immune system because of being malnourished and being an alcoholic and everything else, right? So coming back to so and remember that none of these men were at that time enlightened, self-realized masters. They were not. They were here as musicians, and uh, Mozart was a Rosicrucian, and Beethoven, being the master of music, was another thing. But and he of course wrote his love letters to his immortal beloved, so he was also an esotericist and a mystic. But when we come into this game world, we come into the world saddled with ego. So yes, you're right, the suffering is ego suffering, but there is another kind of suffering that the being experiences. It's very subtle. It's not egoic suffering, obviously, but as we are here as in our mortal form, we so so perhaps suffering is not the right word in that context, but it's more of a struggle. It's the struggle, it's the challenge that we have to fight through, that we have to suffer through, that we have to struggle through. That's very real, and that's not egoic. That's on the level of the being. The being sacrifices, the being struggles. And what the being sacrifices is ego. And its and energy and time, and right? And so it's this is really best comprehended by looking at yourself and your own experience. What you have suffered and how you have suffered for what you know to be true and what you know to be right. And when you meditate on that and you comprehend the nature of your suffering, you will comprehend how your being relates to that, how your true self relates to that suffering. She says, a fact of what is. Yeah, it's one of those things. It is what it is. Suffering really is one of those. It is what it is. Same with pain. It is what it is. People will try to tell you it's an illusion. It's this. It's that. It's all. You know what? It is what it is, and it's there for a reason. And that reason is to be overcome, to be liberated from. The struggles and challenging things. So Think about it. One of the ways that we can really comprehend this from the or understand this from the perspective of our being is to look at it from their point of view, from the point of view of the path. Now, we like to see the path from our point of view, and for many, that's kind of a nebulous type of thing anyway. Um, but if we're able to see the path from our being's point of view, you know what? We can work with this one. We hope you can see this. Can you guys see that one all right? Let me see if I can zoom in a bit. So we have the tree of life, right? And in the tree of life, we have the three mountains. The mountain of initiation, the mountain of resurrection, and the mountain of ascension. This is the path from our being's point of view. This is not from our point of view. We're down here. This is our physical body. This is our vital body. This is our emotional body. And this is our mental body. These are what's called the four bodies of sin. These are what constitute the mortal vessel. The first mountain is here. You would say it's actually, the way it's drawn here is a little strange, but it's here. It's Tipereth and Geburah. That's our conscious. That's awakening the conscious. That's being awake. That's the creation of the causal body and awakening of the consciousness. That's the mountain of initiation. The next mountain is the mountain of resurrection. That's the death and rebirth of Kesed. That's the Atman. That's our innermost being. To be born again in Binah, to be born again of the Divine Mother. So that's resurrection. That's a resurrected master. That's the second mountain. But the third mountain, so a resurrected master is a Christified master, because here, this is our innermost being, and Hokmah is the Christ. That's the being of our being. So this is our causal body, Buddhic body, Atmic body. This is the monad. The Atman dies, descends into hell, and is born again, a resurrected master, so the living embodiment of the Christ. And then the third mountain is the ascension of that resurrected master to become an ascended master. But we must comprehend that this has nothing to do with our personality. Okay, we're down here. Okay, we're just a vessel. And all of this is taking place, the three mountains, all the initiations, and the resurrection and the ascension. Yes, the physical vessel will be taken along the ride, but we don't ascend. When the master ascends into the absolute, this is gone. The physical body is no more. The personality is no more. We're no longer our sex, our gender, our color, our creed, our age, our likes, our beliefs, our personality, gone. This is the player leaving the game, and we are just the character in the game. if it helps. So rest assured that these mountains, like climbing any mountain, is filled with struggles and challenges. And yet all of this is about overcoming suffering and being liberated from the causes of suffering, which are down here, which are keeping us, which are holding us down and holding us and keeping us trapped, not only here but beneath here in Klipoth, which is not shown in this version of the Tree of Life. Even our name gone. Well, let's look. I mean, that's why we're Attlas information. Attlas is our innermost being's name, and Alux is Christ. So Attila is gone, right? That's gone. This name, the name we were born with, is the name of our. It's like you playing a video game, playing an MMORPG, creating a character, and you give your character a name. That name is for your character in the game world, so the other players in the game world can know you by your character name. When you turn off the game, do you go around calling yourself by your character name? No. You have your real name. So you have to think in those terms. This real name that we have, right? Cassandra, Benjamin, Attila, these are not our real name. These are the names of our character in the game world. But remember, our innermost player is the one who is playing this game. Our innermost player is the one who's supposed to be controlling our character, which ultimately brings us to a point that's very important for us to make on today's topic in particular. Because it is very easy to get filled with mystic pride. And it is very easy to be possessed by mystic pride in the sense of taking credit for our divine gifts. I'm just a messenger. I'm just a servant. I try to make it clear as best as I can through examples and case studies that I, like the one that I began today's talk with, today's live stream with, right? I know nothing about flood prevention. I know nothing about what to do in the case of a flood. And yet, when the flood came, I was the one on point, directing everybody, telling everybody what to do. How the hell did I do that? Right? I didn't do it. I was being done. I wasn't a human doing. I was a human being done, and I was allowing myself to be done. That's humility. That's surrender. Okay, that's the attitude that we need to take. That's the approach that we need to take. Having said that, other people will never accept that and will never take that as valid. All they will see is someone barking orders, if that's what they want to see. And if you're speaking the truth and they don't want to hear it, and they don't like the way that truth is coming through you and coming out of you with intensity and with passion and with vivacity and with resplendence of the fierce light of Christ, they're going to blame you, and they're going to condemn you, and they're going to judge you, even as they will say, oh, you're full of mystic pride. You're so full of yourself. You think you know everything. You're so arrogant. And it doesn't matter how much you tell them, I'm just a messenger. I'm just a servant. I'm just a conduit. I'm just sharing you what's flowing through me. It's not coming from me, it's flowing through me. They will always, always pin it on you. Always pin it on you. They will always find a way to scapegoat you. The more humble you try to make yourself, the more they will say, "Oh, you think you're better than everybody else." Like if the ego will always, always, always find a way to resist and evade and judge and condemn and slip through and slip by. They will always have their rationalizations, they will always have their excuses, and they will always be right, and they will always be in the right. And there's no way you can convince them otherwise, and you shouldn't bother. You shouldn't try. There's no way to do it. Believe me, I've been there, I've tried. It's impossible. That's why we don't speak to ego. You can't convince ego of anything because ego is the enemy. Ego is the adversary. It's designed that way. Ego is the mountain we have to climb. The mountain is what's trying to kill you. You can't, gravity is what's trying to kill you. You can't convince gravity not to pull you off the mountain. You can't do it. Gravity doesn't care that you're trying to become a master mountain climber. It doesn't care. Its divinely ordained purpose is to make things fall to the earth. That's what egos are. This whole idea of convincing people and trying to speak so you don't offend people and trying to work around their sensitivities and sensibilities and trying to work with their egos and blah, blah, nonsense, horseshit, bullshit, rationalization, nonsense. It cannot be done. It cannot be done. You cannot play chess and move the other pieces, move your opponent's pieces to try to accommodate your pieces better. You can't do it. It can't be done. If you play a video game and change the code so that the adversaries are more accommodating to you, you know what that's called? Cheating. That's the way the Black Lodge works, by manipulation, by cajoling, by charming. Charming the pants off of somebody. Oh, the salesman who can sell igloos to Eskimos. That's the way the Black Lodge convinces and cajoles and brainwashes and mesmerizes people with their so-called truths. That's not the way. That's not the way. We speak the truth plainly and clearly, or with allegory, or with metaphor, symbolism, that or we use imagery, use case study, that which is experiential, self-evident experiential knowledge, that which speaks to the core of one's being, that which speaks to the consciousness. We have to speak through the ego. And it doesn't matter. You cannot sugarcoat it. You cannot make the truth pleasant to the ego. There was no way for Jesus to politely and kindly ask the moneylenders, "Oh, wouldn't you be so kind as to kindly vacate the premises of the temple for me? That would be so wonderful of you. You people do such excellent work. We so appreciate what you do. You're so honored and special. And we are so grateful for you." What the hell? You think that would have gotten Jesus anywhere? It might have gotten him an invite to go have coffee or tea, but it wouldn't have gotten a single moneylender out of the temple. Mugaboo says, so is suffering and struggle a sign that we still have many egos plaguing us? Struggle and not necessarily, but suffering, yes, for sure. And if you're struggling with suffering, then yes, for sure. But I'll make it much easier for you, Mugaboo. Uh, the answer is, do you still have many egos plaguing you? Yes, you do. We all do. Myself included. We all do. You will know when you have few egos plaguing you, when you will know. If you have to ask, then you still have many egos plaguing you. Cassandra says, I can imagine a gangrene leg to be removed is struggle, but a master with little ego will not be in suffering, or not much, mainly at peace, accepting of what is needed and what will be needed after. Um, that's a good point, because a master won't be attached to his leg, not for long if it's gangrenous. Um, yeah, it is what it is, and what has to be has to be. And it is what it is one of those excellent mantras that we can use, and I've given this example before, in order to overcome pain, because it is what it is, and that is all. And it is what it is another way of saying I am that I am. God is I am that I am. Eheye Asher Eheye. That's the holy name of God. God is I am that I am. So that means when you say it is what it is, you're saying it's God's will. If God is I am that I am, then it is what it is God's will. It is being. That is. So leg has to come off. It is what it is. C'est la vie, right? Such is life. Such is God. Such is the way. Them's the breaks. That's the way the cookie crumbles. We have these expressions for a reason. Cassandra says that resonates. Well, we're glad. We're glad it does. Azazel says that we underestimate the power of a coffee break. Especially a Turkish coffee break. The one where you can stand the spoon up in the glass of coffee and it won't fall over. Indeed, coffee can be very, very powerful. But what it can't do is convince moneylenders to leave the temple. No coffee break can do that, unless the moneylenders themselves are going for their coffee break. But I don't think that would make for such a good story. And so Jesus waited until the moneylenders went for their 10:30 coffee break, and then he quickly took all their tables and everything and shoved them out of the temple while they weren't looking, while they were away on their coffee break, and thus he liberated the temple from the moneylenders. I somehow don't think that would have had the same effect. And I also don't think the money lenders would have stayed out of the temple, and I don't think they would have had him crucified for that. They would have said, "What the hell is this teenager pulling pranks on us for?" They would have told Caiaphas, "Go and tell this teenager's parents to go. Tell that Joseph and Mary to get a leash on their son Jesus here. He's just a prankster." Somehow, none of that, I think, would have resonated all that well in the Bible. I don't think any of that is gospel material. Let's put it that way. I'm sure Benjamin would agree with that. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground today, and we hope the takeaway, and when we put this in the description for today's video, the takeaway is to shine on. Shine on, you crazy diamond. We that's the title of that Pink Floyd song, and we encourage you to. We can't play it for you because of copyright, but we encourage you to look it up on YouTube with the lyrics and listen to the whole thing, the instrumental part as well. And not be afraid. And not be afraid what other people think what other people say, how they will react, because they will react. They will react. You can count on it. You can count on it. Cassandra says he confronted exploitative behavior with no care to what the ego reactions would be. Yeah. Yeah. Now, again, with the understanding that that story also was happening, is an allegory for what we have to do internally in our psychology, right? To eject the egos, the moneylenders from our temple, right? To cleanse our temple, to make way, and then burn that temple to the ground and rebuild it in 3 days. That's all alchemical. That's all psychological work. That's all what they call shadow work and sexual alchemy and revolutionary psychology. So yeah, so as much as in this day and age, all of us would love to see the international banksters being ejected onto some island leper colony, um, but we should never lose sight that that work has to be done within ourselves. Azazel says he played some Diablo 4 and it was quite great. He said he wasn't sold on it, but somehow that thing was calling out to him. We should have a private conversation on this topic. Diablo the series is one of those video games that we mentioned in our article on video games. It's a video game where you have to cleanse the world from the forces of darkness, and you're basically killing demons. That's what you're doing. It's an action role playing game, and we've been playing it for, gosh, what, 30 years now? Yeah, it's been 30 years since Diablo 1 was released. And so it's on its 4th iteration, and it's going to be releasing 4 days after our birthday. But we think that perhaps we're going to be too busy with other things, so we might have to close the chapter on that. But we should have a private discussion about that, Azazel. So yeah, so don't be afraid to be passionate, and don't be afraid to let your light shine, and don't be afraid of what others do, because what's the worst they can do to you? I mean, honestly, what's the worst that they can do to you, to any of us? And if we're here on the path of the Bodhisattva, then ultimately the worst that they can do to us is precisely what we need them to do, is precisely what we need to go through if we're on the path of the Bodhisattva. And becoming a resurrected master is part of why we are here. If that is the case, then the worst that they can do to us is what needs to happen. And we too, like Jesus, must do what needs to be done. Consequences be damned, with no regard for our safety or our security or our comfort, to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, to be. So it's, but not all of us are on that path of the Bodhisattva, and there's no reason why you have to be on that path. But on some level, whatever it is of staying true to you, your innermost being, your true self, your higher self, and doing what you came here to do, and fulfilling your destiny, on some level, that sacrifice and that suffering, on some level, you will face it. And you will have to face your own fear, and you will have to face your own moneylenders. And as you do that, and as you eject the moneylenders from your temple, the people of Jerusalem, the people around you, and the religious authorities, whoever are the authorities in your life, family, friends, spouses, co-workers, what have you, They will move to judge and condemn you. Rest assured. Rest assured. Kamal Manzuki says, sometimes duty of care requires handing out an ass whooping. That's very well put. That's very well put. But on that note, there's an article that we wrote way back in the beginning. Well, I guess it's not all that way back, is it? Where are we here? There we go. This article. To herd or not to herd? Right? This article. It's also in the chat, the link. We wrote this article in 2014. So that's 9 years ago. And we wrote this article for ourselves at the time. And this image, says a lot. What it says underneath here is the humble shepherd, hidden master, warrior monk, noble samurai. How do we relate to them and to the archetype of the magician? This article explains who does the ass whooping. We, meaning myself, Attila, the mortal vessel, I cooperate. Well, anyway, you really need to read the article. But I don't instigate. I'm not handing out anything. In the article, we use the tools of the shepherd here, the shepherd's crook and the sheepdog. There's another allegory that we use in this article, the samurai and his sword. Now, the sword does the cutting, right? But does the sword instigate the slash? This is what we need to meditate on when we consider Kamal Manzuki's true statement. Sometimes duty of care requires handing out an ass whooping. But we must comprehend that within this context, within this dynamic of a shepherd and his loyal sheepdog. As Azel says, it's like when I once saw someone about to get stuck at the door by the train, and someone kicked him quite hard on the back so that he wouldn't get squeezed. It looked violent, but it was the right thing to do. That's a good example, but we don't necessarily have to always look at such violent or physical violent examples that look physically violent. Nowadays, with everybody who are so quick to jump on the victim mentality bandwagon and wokeism and being offended, right? They talk about verbal violence. They talk about language as violence. They talk about psychological violence and all sorts of violence. Violence is everywhere now. You don't have to kick someone in the backside to help them into a train to be violent. You can tell them, watch out for the bus, because they're about to get hit by a bus. And you say, watch out for the bus. And they see the bus and they get out in time. You save their life. You told them to look out for the bus, and you save their life. Next thing you know, they're coming over here and giving you their lawyer's name, saying, you're going to hear from my lawyer. Why? I just saved your life. No, you committed verbal violence against me. You shouted at me. Cassandra says, the character we call us, no whoopings, and not unto other characters, though our egos will have us doing so. Actually, well, okay. But again, let's not be binary about this. Okay? A sheepdog serves the shepherd. The sheepdog's job is to bark and herd the sheep. Right? That's what a sheepdog does. A sheepdog does, not a sheepduck. A sheepdog. A sheepdog herds sheep. That's its job. But the point is that the sheepdog, what's an essential part of the sheepdog's job is to listen to the shepherd's calls. The shepherd calls to the sheepdog. And the sheepdog herds the sheep according to the will of the master, for the sake of the master. It's how the shepherd commands the sheepdog that the sheepdog herds the sheep. When a sheepdog decides, I'm going to herd the sheep, and I'm going to herd them this way and that way and every which way, well, now comes in what you're talking about, Cassandra. That's the sheepdog. That's the sheepdog's ego. Deciding, I'm a sheepdog. I can herd sheep. I'm going to go herd sheep. And I'm going to herd them this way and that way and every which way. I'm going to bark at them and bite them and do everything because I'm going to get those sheep in order. I'm going to put those sheep in their place. But did your shepherd command you to do that? Are you doing that for the sake of the master? Are you doing that for the sake of the sheep? Are you doing that for the sake of yourself? Because your mechanical mind has identified with being a sheepdog, and all it can do is run its program. And it will run its program. That's all a sheepdog can do. Have you ever met somebody who owns a border collie? Have you ever gone to a party with someone who owns a border collie? It's a phenomenal phenomenon. It's incredible. You'll have 30 people in the house, and by 9 o'clock, everybody will notice that everybody's like grouped up in the living room or the dining room or the kitchen or something, and everybody's all tightly packed into this small little space, and the rest of the house is empty. And the border collie is there and wagging his tail because he secretly and covertly herded everybody into one place, because a border collie cannot be comfortable and relaxed in a crowded room where everybody's spread out. A border collie goes nuts. Look up online, owners of border collies, stories of border collies. You'll hear people talking about, my border collie will herd anything. My border collie herds stuffed animals. Like you can take a child's stuffed animals and like dump them all out over the living room and everything else. Border collie, within 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, all the stuffed animals will be all bunched up in a corner of the room. Why? Because they're mechanical. Because it's in them, they have the instinct to herd in them over thousands of generations, bred into them. It's all they know how to do is herd. They live to herd, but they do it mechanically. And we're the same way. Our mind is the same way. Once we become identified or attached to something, the egos become, associated with that, and our mind just works like that. Our mind is the same way. Once we become programmed, that's why, consumers and so on. And yeah, exactly, Cassandra. Yeah, OCD border collies. it's exactly what it is. But we're all the same. So that's why they get children. Now they want to issue like credit cards to kids and what do you call it? Interact payments, and put cell phones in the hands of like tiny little kids. Why? Because cell phones are programming the mind. And you're conditioning the mind. That's what the conditioned mind is all about. And the conditioned mind, once you condition the mind, if someone's asleep, someone's not conscious, someone's not observing that conditioning and not observing what they're doing, that's all they can do is that. All they can do is be a consumer of content, a consumer of propaganda, a consumer of the government, the latest government BS, and a consumer of products and services. Right? A consumer. But that's conditioned behavior to have that materialist consumer thing, and a consumer of experiences, and a consumer of travel, and a consumer of this, and a collector of that, and so on and so forth. So this OCD stuff, right? So think of people who can't stop collecting whatever it is they're collecting, who can't stop hoarding whatever it is that they're hoarding. Yeah, exactly. There can just, but that's the thing, right? That's the difference. So if we can't stop ourselves from doing something, but it's mechanical, it's automatic, we've been conditioned to do it. So we have to make sure that we're doing this dynamic. And this is very subtle, right? It's very subtle, and believe me, this is very hard to discern. Am I being told to correct this person on Facebook and tell them that their post is bullshit? Or is it just me acting out of ego, a border collie who's been conditioned to do this over many years? Am I doing it automatically, reflexively, reactively? How am I behaving as the equivalent of a border collie? Am I herding these sheep because my master is commanding me to herd these sheep? Or am I herding these sheep mechanically, automatically, as conditioned behavior? This is difficult to discern. Believe me, it is difficult to discern for the best of us. So this is one of the important points and important articles that we wanted to mention and bring into the discussion here at the end, because this too comes into play. Mugaboo 22 says, from what I have observed, all humans are exactly the same. We have the same egos. For example, all humans face gluttony, just to different degrees. And he says, it is interesting to watch. The scripture does say, look with wonder at what is before you. So it is true that all of us suffer from many of the same egos, just as the same degree, but that degree, that's like saying every landscape in the world is made up of the same colors, right? The same 7 basic colors. It's just a question of degree. Okay? But there's no 2 landscapes in the world that are the same, right? It's like saying every bird is the same. They all have feathers and they all lay eggs. But no 2 birds are the same, and no 2 species of birds are the same. So there is a great deal of space for a great deal of variety, right? You have bald eagles, and you have eagles of the steppes of Mongolia and places like that, and then you have tiny little hummingbirds, and you have everything in between. You have penguins that don't even fly; they fly underwater. I mean, they're all birds, right? But there's huge diversity. There's huge difference in that, and human beings are that way when it comes to our egos, right? So, for example, many people suffer from addiction, and we can say that all addiction is fundamentally the same, and that is beneficial to actually know that all addiction is self-loathing. But look at all the different addictions there are. It's not just alcoholism, or video games, or sex, or drugs, or gambling, or television, or I mean, it just goes on and on and on. You can literally be addicted to anything. You can get addicted to jelly bellies. I mean, you can get addicted to anything. And he follows up with that and says, yes, the possibilities of combinations of egos are endless, and the degrees, right? So even if everybody has the same 7 colors, right, like the colors of the rainbow, but then you look at something that's really, really, really red. Well, that has a lot more red than the other colors, right? So this is what you were saying about degree comes into play. That degree adds a lot of that possibilities and combinations and diversity. And so knowing yourself is so important. That's why we study ourselves. That's why we have the self-observation and the meditation on ourselves. Cassandra says, OCD life, trapped in ego, looking for relief in places that don't help. It is the it is OCD is based on a belief, as you said. As you said, it's a relief from a belief. Obsessive compulsive disorder. It's an incessant. It's like a broken record. It's like the record skipping. Okay, so I just need one more. 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 Right? So I just need one more. Just one more. It's just this constant, obsessive compulsive disorder. I have to act on it. It's just because it's conditioning the mind constantly, playing the same command over and over and over and over again. If you know about the neuroplasticity of the brain and the conditioning of the mind, how do you memorize something? You memorize something by saying it to yourself over and over and over and over and over again until you can't forget it, until it's automatic, until it's there. It's just always there. You know that. You've memorized that. You've committed it to memory, and you've worked on it. You've burned it into your consciousness. You've burned it into your mind through this repetition. I mean, this is, and everybody knows this. I mean, even like Goebbels knew this. He's the one that said, you repeat a lie enough times, it becomes the truth. It's just how the mind works. It's just like any other machine that way. Kamal Manzuki says, it seems the ego delights in winning, and it's not always easy to disentangle those motivations. And Mugaboo agrees with Kamal Manzuki here. And yeah, the ego delights in winning because it was designed to do that. It's programmed to do that. Why do you think that competitiveness and that ferocity and that survival of the fittest and everything, when it creeps into humanity, it's the cause of so much suffering? And the dominance hierarchy, right? We've talked about this. We've shown this in our 35-minute video on YouTube. This one we can show you because it's ours. The 35-minute video that we did not too long ago on the Alm of Life, and the this one.
But the reality is most people lack this conscious connection to their inner selves and have discarded.
Okay, so let's see if we can skip ahead to. So remember, we talked about, or not we talked about, but SJWs and postmodernists, they talk about dominance hierarchies and how everything's a struggle for power and control. Well, we can tell you exactly where that comes from, and this feeds directly into what Kamal Manzuki is talking about here when he talks about seems the ego's delights in winning. So here we have a bunch of egos, okay? And we're just going to play this. Hopefully you guys will be able to hear it. If not, let me know.
Possessed by many countless individual egos, psychological malware, all of which present themselves to us as an I. Lust and gluttony, greed and envy, anger and despair, pride and shame, laziness and busyness, fear and control. This cacophony of mechanical, self-interested psychological entities infects our five senses and constitute the ego mind we experience. Each ego presents its desires in the first person, and I. For instance, lust and gluttony express as craving, I want this, or aversion, I don't want that. Pride and shame express as identification, I am this, or rejection, I am not that, which are the foundations of tribalism, sexism, racism, and identity politics. The ego of fear and control may express and affirm a thesis, I believe this, but quickly turns to anger when said thesis is contradicted. They believe that?
That says they're all just spokes on a wheel. This one's on top, then that one's on top, and on it spins, crushing those on the ground. That was spoken by Daenerys Stormborn.
The kingdoms of Westeros play a dangerous game of thrones to rule the Iron Throne, and in that process cause a great deal of suffering, personified by Ramses Bolton and his pet Reek. Likewise, our many egos play a game of thrones to rule us as our I. We are tempted to identify with and indulge cravings and avoid aversions, pleasure and pain, us and them, life and death, good and bad. This dialectic hypnotizes our consciousness through the rational mind and makes us ignorant to all but our own blind self-interest on the downward spiral of explosion and implosion. So that an explosion of ego, including temptation, hypnosis, and ignorance, leads to an implosion of life, including suffering, devolution, and not being. Case in point, an explosion of anger can lead to the implosion of a relationship. The non-stop dialectic of ego mind is what creates the cacophony of the busy mind. And yet, the dialectic is an illusion, as much a fabrication as the single false I we call ego, since both sides constitute the two aspects of the downward spiral of devolution and not being. It is this single I which divides and conquers us as it does Smeagol and Gollum in Lord of the Rings. Our inner pendulum swinging between irrationality and rationalism, atheism and superstition, chaos and order. On the downward spiral, our ego makes sure it is most precious to us, not only as individuals in microcosm, but in macrocosm as well, where the pendulum swings between the extremes of nationalism and tribalism, corruption and wokeness, extreme right and radical left, blind faith and blind dogma. And the world recently witnessed how an explosion of fear led to an implosion of society, economy, and civil liberty. This, then, is the Eye of Sauron, and the ring of power.
So there you go, Kamal Manzuki. There is the metaphysical esoteric explanation of how the ego wins by divide and conquer, and creating that one single eye that is precious to us, which is an illusion, which is actually a cacophony of many eyes. But it's a dominance hierarchy. They're constantly playing. It's that wheel spinning round and around and around. It's all the houses of Games of Thrones in Game of Thrones that are all vying to sit on the Iron Throne. Because when an ego gets to sit on the Iron Throne, it gets to command us. I want this. I don't want that. Right? I'm afraid of this. Or I'm the greatest. Or whatever I is coming to our mind as a different ego expressing that I. And for that moment, it has captured our consciousness, and it is trying to leverage us to spend our precious sexual energy on it so it can feed like a leech, like a parasite, right? It's like a politician, or it's like a late night infomercial that's like a pitch man that's doing all this song and dance on the late night infomercial. Why? Trying to capture our attention and trying to convince us to spend our money on this gadget, this blender or whatever the hell he's selling, right? So that late night infomercial is just a manifestation of what the egos are doing inside of our own consciousness. Game of Thrones is just a allegorical expression of the Game of Thrones that goes on inside of our own consciousness. So it seems the egos delight in winning. It's because the egos are after something. They want attention, they want consciousness, and they want sexual energy. That's why you look at the global elite, and you see it's always money and power and some kind of infamy or anonymity, and always, always, always there's sexual degeneration involved. Always. So you look at Epstein Island, for example, and all of that stuff, and the human trafficking and everything else. So, and when you say it's not always easy to disentangle those motivations, you see why. Because it's this constant cacophony creating the busy mind in the brain, and most people are completely oblivious to all of this. And I can continue. I could keep playing the video, but we're at the 4-hour mark. I would much rather just share the link with you guys here. You guys can watch this video in your own time, and because this video in 35 minutes in detail describes everything that what you're talking about, seems what the ego delights in winning and why, and also what we need to do to overcome it, and also what we need to be a real human being, which is precisely what we've been talking about for 4 hours, and that is having and delivering with passion and commitment and dedication in service to our innermost being and the light of love and truth and sacrifice for others, to bring into the world that which is our innermost being's gift to bring to the world, to be a humanas being, a triune human being. That's all covered in the video, in the link that's right here, the YouTube link. All right, 4 hours, my dear friends, brothers and sisters. Does anybody have any more questions, or shall we call it a day? What do you think? Have we successfully exhausted this particular topic, or shall we keep going? Suffice it to say, earlier in the live stream, we were exerting quite a bit of intensity and energy. So we may consider calling it a day at 4 hours. But certainly, if you guys wish it, we can continue for your sake. It's no problem. On this particular topic, for you all and for this, our life's work, we could continue this live stream for 24, 48, 72 hours if we had to, and we would if we were called to. Just so you know that. But I'm sure you all have lives and things to do. So if no one has any other questions, then perhaps we will take this opportunity and wrap it up. But we'll give you another moment or two if you have any other comments or concerns. And again, we encourage you to review the links that we've shared here in the chat. There's the different articles that we've shared with you. The one on Divine Mother, the one on serving the shepherd, and the video here on the human condition on Aum. So we encourage you to review that material. Benjamin says, thank you. You're so welcome, Benjamin, as always. We're so happy to have you with us, brother. And Cassandra, thank you for participating. Thank you for your good questions and comments. It's always great to have participation. We did not share the link today to jump on, but normally we share the link so people can participate in a Zoom call. We did that for a reason. And we will have another version of this in the future where we can all participate. And but that we wanted to have the context for which to do that. A reminder, no live stream next Sunday. We will make a post on Facebook that there is no live stream. So the next one will be 2 weeks from today, Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Anyone else? Anything else? All right. Thank you all once again for being here and sharing your light and your presence. And thank you for being receptive to our energy and our intensity. Mugaboo says, I could listen to you teach all day. Have a good week, everyone. Thank you, Mugaboo. You too. You too. Have a good one. We know that at times we are an acquired taste, but we also know that those who appreciate what we do are ready to receive that which we have to give. And those who don't appreciate what we do aren't ready for it. It's as simple as that. It's that simple. And we know that. And we're not trying to convince anybody, or we're not trying to convert anybody. No, we're speaking to the listening. We're speaking to the listening. That's what we're doing. And that's exactly what our good comrade, our good friend Wolfgang calls it, speaking to the listening. He's our ecosystem guru. And that's what he calls it, speaking to the listening. And that's what we're doing. And we do it all the time, but sometimes people are not aware, and they're not aware that they're ready for that level of conversation yet. And so their ego gets in the way. All right. Thank you again, everyone, so much for being here. Have an excellent week, actually excellent 2 weeks, and we will see you 2 weeks from today. So until then, take care and inverential peace.